Starting in 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to Rimworld. Going to continue where we left off. It shouldn't be too hard to get back into it. I did remove the music manager, so that will hopefully prevent the bug from occurring. Because from what I could tell, it was mostly an issue with something was interfering with its ability to draw the play button, and thus, well, all sorts of issues came about, really. Hopefully that'll fix the mission bug as well as everything else. Boarded for new map, startup. Boarded. Okay. Okay. Golem issues, it seems. World Skyfaller. Alright. Root level exception. Puppet. Oh, it might be Puppeteer. Map update, patch postfix. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm going to quickly go remove Puppeteer because holy hell, that is a lot of bugs. Just 1 second. I apologize for the wait. Puppeteer. Hopefully it can come back sometime later, but... yeah, that was rapid. Oh, while we're waiting, might as well pull up something to listen to, right? I apologize for the false start here. But, yeah. It should hopefully handle it. So, hello, Blue Squid. How you doing? That is a good point. I haven't actually... I don't know. I could check to see if it is with a quick Google search, but that's about it. Also, hello. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm mostly just a axolotl VTuber. I hang out and play video games with friends. No? How you doing? Conflict with Rocket Man. Just checking out people using Puppet after the update last night, see if there are any issues. Well, we've been having issues for a bit. Honestly, this save has been having plenty of issues. Though the likelihood that it is Puppeteer specific, any new issues. Yeah, fair enough. Let's see. I don't know for a fact if any of them are from Puppeteer specifically, but from what I could tell, because I've got a personal run going as well that doesn't have Puppeteer and Rim Connect installed, obviously. And the main issue that have been popping up is that the music manager mod that I've got installed was having some real issues. Apparently, it was having issues with drawing the play button, which I don't know. I assume kind of interfered with letting it draw the map of the away mission, but I don't know for a fact if that is a thing that is due to Puppeteer. You know? Yeah, I'm gonna be removing Puppeteer for a little bit. At least for this save. You know? I apologize. So, do you use Puppeteer quite often? No worries, do what works best for you? Fair enough. Thank you for your understanding. Are you like a developer for Puppeteer, or are you just a fan of it? Adopt and maintain the mod after brain. Oh, well, nicely done. Major respect then. I don't really know much about Puppeteer. All I know is that it's a cool mod, but 100% respect if you're willing to go through all the work of maintaining a mod that's been I don't want to say abandoned, but you know, that the creator has moved on from. You know? It's gotta be one hell of a thankless job. Just letting it load. You know, Rimworld has a lot of mods when it takes this long to initialize, you know? Let's see. Oh yeah, blue squid. Fair enough. As for how it was working beforehand, it did seem to work out pretty well before, whatever happened. Before this save. There we go. That's the right wording I was looking for. I apologize, my brain is smooth. It was working perfectly fine there, but I don't know what's up with this save. It could just be because of SOS. SOS tends to mess with a lot of mods. It's very cantankerous. Hopefully I get a chance to check, though. Just waiting for it to... Oh, there we go. It's moving again. This is when better loading comes in nice. You get a progress bar instead of initializing. Really? I've never heard of this. Okay. Everything seems nominal. Except for circuit breaker. Alright, we'll go for it. Yeah, I know, we don't have Puppeteer anymore. Load anyway. Better loading, you say? Well, I'm not going to say no to a recommendation like that. Yeah, it just gives you a progress bar, okay. this mod above core in the mod list, compatible with all the mod or all the Rimworld versions. Once you get past about 50 mods, the process of loading up the game largely consists of staring and repeating dot prompt for anywhere up to 7 minutes. Yeah, it could still take up to half an hour. Okay. Rocketman's still having a, well, an issue, but... eh. Alright, I think this works. It might have just been... It might have been a mod interfering with it. But for the most part, this seems to be functioning. I think this will do. Because now we got the... That's really weird. Before we removed Puppeteer, we had no music coming through. But now it's coming through just fine. Huh. Really weird. I don't know what Puppeteer would do to do that. I don't know. I do have a music mod in. It is, if I look it up, is it available here? No. I'm using P-Music, as well as I was using the Music Manager mod. If I look it up, I can give you the exact one. Music Manager. That would be the Music Manager mod by Fluffy, and E-Music by Pepsin. I do tend to archive my videos on my YouTube channel, so if you want to check it out after the stream's done, I will remux it and throw it up there at some point, at least by tomorrow. I did pop open the debug log, and it said it was having issues drawing the arrow. If you want, feel free to grab that info from there. And no worries, anything I can do to help you. Even if everything has to be taken with a grain of salt, because I'm not a skilled coder. Let's call it. The game is still, you know, a little slow, but I mean, that's probably due to the sheer amount of mods installed here. I wish you the absolute best of luck with your work maintaining mod. Again, 100% respect on that. Lord knows I can do that job. Worst for a start, a social fight with police folks. Okay then. Why always with the social fights? Why do they always have to just duke it out there? So much violence. I'll probably start constructing some nuclear rods. Nobody can make it. Uranium pellets. We're gonna want to do those until we have 100 each time, because that way we have the actual capacity to make these rods. These things are costly uranium-wise. Go figure. Rim Atomics takes a lot of uranium. But we are going to want to set this up so we can actually properly set up a full-size reactor to power our ship with. All of the electronics, all of the weapons systems, all of the defensive capabilities, all of these are going to take up a lot of power. And each one of them is going to require me to power them in full. That being said, should still be able to handle it for the most part. I hope. I really hope. This folks is healed, that's good. I'm sorry, Oh, room blood, right. Trying back to normal. Okay, good. We needed him to be. Where is our war casket wielder? I remember right. We have somebody wearing a war casket around here. Which is really just where. Oh, there you are. Right, Dark Angel's the war casket user. So if we... He's probably going to be our frontline fighter when it comes to space combat. All things considered. But we're going to need to make sure that she can actually, you know, wield something in the charge against whatever enemies we send her towards. Now, here's the thing I'm worried about when it comes to space combat. Space combat, well, tends to cause problems. Normally, I'm talking about problems like, wow, that enemy just shot a hole in my visor and now I can't breathe. That's a real shame. I guess this character just dies now. Or, huh, there's a distinct lack of pressure in my spacesuit. It's not quite as bad as, like, any damage makes it so that those suits are broken. Instead what it is if those suits manage to break, say by explosives, or by just taking vast quantities of damage, then yeah, you're gonna have that issue. Where the hell are you down? Resurrection sickness? Is that it? Might be. Probably is, actually. So we have to make sure that we maintain a, well, a stockpile of various suits in order to make sure that our colonists don't wind up getting spaced. That being said, suits are expensive as hell, so what I'm thinking our plan is going to set up a mechanite shelf or some sort of repairing shelf in order to make sure that we have a constant supply of fresh suits that we can change our colonists in and out of as needed. It shouldn't be too hard to do, I hope. But, excuse me, but it'll take a lot of power and materials to build these things. And we're gonna have to find somewhere to store them, of course. As, of course, the other issue. Because I don't know if you noticed, but this area is a lot bigger than this area. We still have to go ahead and build a whole bunch of other things. And we still have to store fuel. Oh god. Fuel problem. We could store some fuel in tanks in the... crew quarters could act as a fuel reservoir, or we could set up its own dedicated room. This is going to be our workshop, food, rec room. Not ideal, but has to do. Basic furniture. Okay. I need that factory. As well as... What else do we need? Power could work? Yeah, power could work. Oh, hey. A druid, you say? Oh, that could be something. You're gonna need somebody who can actually do... You're a leader, you're... Okay. Need somebody who can do Void Seeker stuff. You don't have anybody who can do Void Seeker stuff. Okay, never mind. That's a real tragedy, but so be it. Sergio, you need to trade with Bear. Even though Bear is a boar. Hopefully we can acquire some much-needed supplies. Incoming Sergio. I do find that, generally speaking, once we get up to space, things tend to speed up just a little bit. Mostly due to the fact that there's really not much you can do outside and there's nothing to really slow things down until ship combat starts. What you up to, Sergio? We're not selling Poppy, because the Chaos Thrumbo is a freaking Chaos Thrumbo. Why wouldn't you keep one? Polaris Block Extract. We're gonna need that. Uta syringes, huh? What else do we need? Sapient holodeck would be amazing, but I don't think we really need it. Mutant Knight's nice. Drake Giver. Those are okay. We have way more than enough advanced components, so we don't need those right now. We do need vast quantities of components, and that's just gonna have to do for now. Oh, they have a feline. Oh yeah, we'll take a feline. Felines are very handy in space, in a weird way, because they don't do anything other than clean. Well, thank you, Holy Spokes. Add to the bone. I'm not sure if we should really keep this one, but we could. This one has a vow of non-violence. Nice. So how you doing, Holy Spokes? Good, I hope? You're okay? Fair enough. This Holy Spokes is good at crafting, so we can do that. Research is... We're mostly just setting up and trying to... If he still has fingers to craft with, yeah. That is a good point. What are you at? Mutagen neutralized whenever produce our resources for mentality. Comfortable. They are still mutating quite a bit. Alright, I need to apply tech prints. That way we can start doing some more research into that area. The game slowed down a solid amount. Probably because it has to, you know, handle so many pawns. The main thing that we're going for right now is trying to get our ship ready for flight, even if it can't fly yet. Question mainly boils down to, can we set up a ship bridge? Can we set up a, well, enough thrusters to launch this thing with? And can we set up some sort of fuel supply? Because once we're in space, we're still going to need fuel. A lot of it. And excuse me, I do mean a lot of it. Like, so much fuel. A trader. Well, hell yeah, we'll take that. Here's Sergio. Need to go talk to them. We did have to get rid of Puppeteer, unfortunately, mostly because I don't know why it seemed to be causing problems with the drawing of things. I don't know entirely why, but it's been handled for the most part. For the most part. Yeah, I'm starting to think it might just be from the sheer amount of pawns available on screen. Ah. Well, that's helpful. Thanks, buddy. We might have to send some people away. On a mission, let's call it. Who to send? We could send the Bannies. Where do we send them to, though? We could send them to a mountainous region and have them do mining. That could be a thing. We could send them to start scavenging for things. That is also an option. Huh. We could even send them to become a fishing outpost. I would cut down on quite a bit of the character bloat. Yeah, actually, let's do that. I'm gonna send them over here. Let's send the Banrooks. Wow, that guy doesn't forage at all. That's impressive, actually. They don't really need travel supplies. That's fine. They'll be fine. Away they go. Hopefully in doing this, it'll speed up the game a bit. How many animals do we have to do? We have a decent amount of animals. These barkskins may need to be destroyed. My computer only has so much, so much to work with, you know. How do we want to light our ship, though? That's the question. You could light it up with spacer equipment. That is an option. Do we have synth? No, we don't have advanced synth yet. Why grab that? Deep wells too. And from there we go and grab Hyperweave. Because Hyperweave is going to be nice. Hyperweave is always a useful material, you know. Well, thank you for the component assembler. We'll have to make use of this. Should we give it a dedicated spot in our workshop? That's the question, though. If we do that, that'll consume some of the space. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, here we go again. Oh my goodness gracious, how did these get here? Who knows? Who knows? Archangel, I need you to pick up this combat knife, please. Despite the bug. I'll try and gain a bit of Okay, he's got a few points. Unquenchable hate. Double tap. Huh. Not bad. Yeah, sure. Unquenchable hate. He's at full hate. Okay. Trying to become a Vacro monstrosity slayer, apparently. I don't know how, but he has. I'm not gonna say no. You know, why do you like these things so much anyway? So murderous. Hello, Revenge of Kindly. How you doing? Welcome. Okay, Trident's leg has been bitten off. That's not good. They kill colonists. I mean, fair. We could also just send the colonists away. We don't have to murder them. Am I dead? I don't think so. Not yet, at least. Don't worry, we're working on it. Yeah, that's a lost leg. Dear God. Still, so that the circle can do its thing. Not sure why he's smoking. That's an option, but not the only option? That's true, it's not the only option. It is a good option, though. Wow, we don't have a lot of food. Alright, those guys are resting. They should pick up some food on the way, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue, I hope. And Esso and one of the Banricks is ready to break. Lovely. Well, they're not my problem anymore. They're out in the world. Their mentality lonely, that's fine. I think we're doing well so far. So far. Could be doing better, but not by much. How are y'all doing? I have been looking up a little bit more on the game I was playing yesterday, Tunic. Apparently people have been steadily translating all of the runes that are involved in that game. Apparently they do actually have some like meaning behind them, as I suspected. I might have to find some way to try to like translate it real time, although that's going to be a little difficult. Because that is an obnoxious language to try to decode. It's a whole thing. Because it doesn't work on the... It doesn't work in a standard language. It's not like you got specific letters. It's not like, okay, these letters are weird, but it's like Cyrillic. They're just different letters. No, no, no. Runic works, or Tunic's Runic works in various shapes. Tell you exactly what syllable you're looking at. It's more like, I guess Chinese or Japanese? It's like, let me just pull it up real quick. Back up. There's the link. See if I can... You know, there was a sheet, wasn't there? God damn it. It's a whole process. Runes don't mean like, oh, this is an A or this is a B. It's more like, there's... This rune represents a th sound, as in think, or that. Or this rune means eh. Like the sound that you get when you say the. So they're more sounds than they are like actual like distinct letters. I mean, it's a cool enough concept. I'm cool with it. But god damn, it doesn't make it obnoxious to read. Oh, well, thank you for the room, Blood Revenge of kindly. I appreciate it. Sorry for the delayed reaction. We should probably give that to our resident creatures. There's the other. Darkness, darkness, darkness. I'm hoping that we can get the ship more or less intact by the end of the stream. Hopefully. If we can't, then we can't, but, you know, it would be nice to have it fully operational. There goes the Accord. They're gonna need a bunch of rockets strapped to the butt of this ship. It's gonna take a lot of material, and more importantly, a lot of chem fuel to actually run them. Which means we kind of have to use a Rimworld setup. A full-on one too, not like a basic thing. We're gonna need quite a bit of power. I'm gonna need Rim Atomics. I guess we can repurpose this back room for power, but... Yeah, okay, right, I remember going through all this. God damn it, alright. I should recognize that we built the turbine soon enough. Yep. Step complete. I just need to hook this thing up. Connect that line, connect that line. Hopefully that'll set that up. What do Polaris stores do? Frees you from all sorts of bad situations, but that doesn't explain what it does. Huh. I agree wholeheartedly, Holy Spokes. I was having the exact same trouble I'm sure you are. Niall himself isn't a big problem. It's his summons that are the problem. I mostly got away with it by just rebuilding myself to be pure bleed. And becoming the edgiest bugger around. But I don't know what build you got, so I can't really help you there. Where's your armor? Uh, I mean, we could throw you into something. Do you want me to throw you into something? This doesn't need to be a super impressive. Hell, I don't know how long we're gonna be grounded, though. That's the thing. Could be here a while. I already do Arcane. Rivers of Blood plus a Mimic equals a lot of pain. Like, a lot of pain. It does take some practice to, like, get it down to annihilate an opponent with, but... you could probably do it. We're gonna have to set up a cooling tower. Oh, cool. Banner's caravan has arrived. Let's create an outpost, then. Defensive, intercepting and ambushing incoming enemy raids on the main colony. Huh. Encampment, hunting outpost, logging outpost, mining outpost would be great. Too small brain to do a science outpost. To... production, not a high enough cumulative crafting. Artillery. Factory must have mechanoid components. We'll go with mining for now. We'll mine. Oh god. They can't even mine proper stuff. That's kind of disappointing. Armor of the Valiant. Oh, well, okay then. Yeah, we can slap that onto you. Of course it's made of Titan. It's made out of bug armor. Or the bug. There we go. Armor of the Valiant. A breastplate etched in holy symbols that are designed to protect vital areas without restricting movement. Said to have been worn by holy warriors of a bygone age who maintained peace with justice and compassion in equal measure. It is unknown what became of this order, though it is hard to believe it had anything to do with their skill in armorcraft. It's decent. You're gonna have to connect a coolant pipe all the way around. But can do that. Who knows how cool we can really get something in the desert, but we can try. You're gonna have to kick up the mines requirements, though. There we go. That should help out a little. Things have sped up, so there's that. Glad to see that happen. Yeah, I rebuilt my build completely. To be all about bleed. I've got 50 arcane. It's a little dumb. Thank you? A block fossil. Made of bone mold. I don't know how you make a fossil out of bone mold, but sure. We all about that bleed. Seriously though, our unmodified bleed score is ridiculous. Mutations, Boromorph. Should we stop it? I don't know if we should stop it. Should we? Alright, we really need to replace his leg. Oh no, it's in his right leg. Don't want to accidentally remove a leg that does work. Of course it's the Helix fossil, though. Of course it is. What else we could do to him? That's a good question, honestly. The real question, though, is more along the lines of, what do you want to do to him? How tortured do you want this thing to be? Know what I mean? How bad do you want his life to get? Technic, Circo. Okay, Arco. Arco. Okay, this Holy Spokes is not compatible. Any of those super mutagen thingies. You're gonna have to be more, you're gonna have to elaborate a bit there. A torture crown, oh god. The mutaserums? Or do you mean the mechanite slurry? I'm not sure which one you refer to here. Thank you for the torture crown, though. We'll make sure he wears it. Where did it go, though? Here, torture crown. Anybody wearing it? Won't be shocked if somebody said, this looks fun to wear, and put it on. Anybody at all. The slurries. We could feed him more, yeah. Although once he changes, all that slurry is gonna just stop doing its thing. Is the problem. Nobody's wearing the torture crown. Okay, then. Gotta be somewhere around here. They are hereby reserved for this Holy Spokes. This can only end well for him. You still need to set up that farm, though. And I think now is as good a time as any to start working on it. Because we need to get it to the point where we can actually, like, survive up there without much work. Not too much work. Will stopping current mutations do it permanently or only for the ones that are currently occurring? Antigen would stop it for now. Reverter would make him human again and make it so they can't change for a little while, but it's never a permanent stop. Stabilizers last a week, I think? Give or take? Yeah, give or take a week. Antigen it is. They're still mentally breaking, sadly. They're gonna have to wait a bit. We should have spacer furniture soon. That'll allow us to build some really fancy equipment. Something to make people a little happier. Because the sheer comfort of spacer equipment is just so nice. Antigen. Indeed. If they do wind up transforming fully, it doesn't matter, we have reverter. I'd rather not use the reverter, but If they're just staying mentally broken like this, it's gonna be a bit. I guess we could convert Nesso, couldn't we? Something to use Sergio's convert on. Just beat him up. That's rude, though. And there's a chance of death, which would release him from his eternal torment. That's the problem. Yeah, Holy Spokes is no longer wandering in psychotic state. Cool. Inject the antigen. Unbroken indeed. Holy Spokes is no longer mutating. Oh yeah, we need to have some actual doors. I forgot about that for a second. The pants are unpissed. Basically, yeah. Right. Install these. They've relaxed a bit, you know? Yeah, mental breaks are goddamn annoying. I kind of wish that they worked a little softer. Like, if it's a minor break, then it's not as bad as a major break and not as bad as an extreme break. But yeah, it's a little annoying. Yeah, well, it is what it is. So we're going to be able to set up a bit of a farm in here once we got it properly, you know, settled down. That farm is primarily going to be there for, you know, keeping us alive. Go figure. The main thing I'm concerned about with it is keeping it warm. Because once we're in space, all bets are off for warmth. Helm of the Valiant. Well, sure, we'll equip that to you. It's also kind. Alright, let's throw that on to you. There we go. Now for spacer furniture. We go to for furniture. Economic? No, we want advanced. It does cost uranium, though. We're gonna have to set this up to pull up some uranium, aren't we? 50 bones. Why? Okay, sure. Bone swords. I'm confused, but sure. Armaments. Armaments made from arms, yes. Once we get those beds up and running, we can start setting them up with a bunch of other things as well. I'm thinking sleep enhancers? I don't remember what the term is. Sleep something or others. Yeah, it was in there in microelectronics. Accelerators, there we go. Accelerators. Sleep accelerators would help out quite a bit. Because Because that would mean that we spend more time up and, you know, working rather than laying in bed, sleeping. God, I don't know why I'm yawning so much today. The most dangerous thing that's going to be up there is the ships. I need to be ready for that. We're going to need to set up capital armaments. Capital armaments are going to be expensive as hell, which means we're going to need to set up our advanced component assembly too. Not great, but can do that. Okay then. My wasp keys are no longer moving the camera. Cool. Alright. But yeah, we're gonna need to set up an advanced component assembly which will allow us to make vast quantities of advanced components, go figure. The main problem with that is the cost, because it still costs plasteel and gold to make advanced components. That being said, it is probably worth it in the end. Factory hoppers, terrain capable of supporting heavy machinery. Yeah, we need to start setting this up so it uses insect meat too. There we go. What else can we get done while we're on terra firma right now? Well, that chem fuel requirement is going to be needed. Braces of the pacifist are not something you want on you. Trust me. But I do know somebody who can use this. These braces appear to be little more than thin cloth wrapped in leather. Their unremarkable appearance is belied by remarkable power. That being said, it can only be worn by a pawn that has rejected violence. Increases arcing resistance and boosts your energy greatly. And also makes it so that you recover faster from arcane weakness. So we're going to throw this onto Spokesprinkle. Entirely because he is indeed a pacifist. And he also gets massive boons from it. Given he is a priest, he's going to need to be pretty competent. Yeah, braces of the pacifist are not exactly great for any class other than, like, druids, maybe. Healers in general. Almost entirely priests, pretty much. Almost entirely. Alright, so we need to set up a few things. Oh yeah, I need you to arm up the War Casket Slug Thrower. And I need you to apply a tech once those research benches are available. There we go. Steadily acquiring material again. At the very least, that helps. SNP-004 is fully healed. Good. Gladly take that tech print. We are gonna need some... Okay, that's fine. They're producing limestone blocks right now, that's fine. I do wish that I could get them to mine something else, like, I don't know, components. But for now, this'll do. Oh hey, a morph trader. They might have something intriguing. Never know, never know. Alright, what you got? You got components, and in decent quantity, so we'll grab those. Don't really need the blood bags, don't really need... Housekeeper cat could be nice, so we'll take one of those. Anything else? We got mutanite, not a lot of it, but they do have it. In decent quantities. Don't need the howitzer shells. The fossil's nice, and we'll keep it. Chem fuel isn't really necessary right now. Steel is. I think that's all we really need from them. Yeah, that should do it. That should do it. That'll provide us with some components to work with on these ship hulls. Let's set that up there. That way they can work on building things when nobody else is. Alright, walls are being built. That'll help. Yeah. There's not really much for me to do while I wait, no. That is one major downside to this whole escapade, is that it's going to take a lot of material. It's expensive in components, and steel, and blast steel, and pretty much everything that exists that we can use otherwise. A real pain in the butt, you know? Sergio, I need you to go, talk Holy Spokes. Who is the strongest for combat? Right now, I think that's Quickly Trident. He is a force to be reckoned with right now. That's mostly just because of the class and all that stuff. Here is why. His gear. The Animabric Cloak of Supremacy gives you a chance to dodge really well. As well, it can also just, you know, absorb an attack for free. No cost to trying here. He's also got the braces of deflection, which allows him to deflect projectiles, as well as block things. Block attacks specifically. And Rune Blood. Pretty much just Rune Blood. Haste on hit, deflection, cleaving strike. You also have a Rune Blood, but you don't have access to the Titan Braces deflection or the Animeric Cloak at the moment. That being said, War Casket Armor would probably make up for all those in spades. Let's set you to run. Okay, you can't work on that. Yeah, we really need those materials, don't we? If you say so, man. The braces of deflection are just great because, you know, reflecting bullets is pretty freaking useful. It doesn't matter what sort of penetration they have if they're deflected, you know? As for the cloak, that just flat out absorbs an attack every once in a while. Which is also a little ridiculous. We need to find some way of getting large quantities of components and other materials. Some way of just getting tons of material to work with. That contains a paltry amount of... That is a very... very tantalizing. Yeah, we're going for it. 74 components is just way too good to pass up. You. And you. And you. Sending you on a trip. On a mini rocket ship. Everybody's in? Good. We're going on an adventure. Welcome to the murder adventure. And they have materials that we want, we're gonna take them. I'm hoping this works out. Does this work? I really hope this works out well. I don't know if it was Puppeteer breaking the drawing of the map as well. That's the thing. Let's see how long it takes. Alright. Hey! It drew just fine. Okay, so that was also Puppeteer messing with that. I'd go with little war crimes first, but sure, we'll go with that. Charge into battle! Set them to it. You are faster than Trident, so there's that. And the slug thrower will deal with everything else. Yeah, you better run. This is our area now. slug thrower is a shotgun. Not just any shotgun. A really freaking dangerous shotgun. Which makes it amazing. Claim these and pop them open. It's our components now. Anything? That's just their sleeping quarters. Who cares? There's the components. A ramshackle, isn't it? God, they had a lot of pemmican on them. Let's have you. That's under construction, huh? Well, that can be fixed. You go move the albatross, please. Who looks the least screwed up? Pretty bad. Oof, everybody's a little bit messed up. It looks like Ibis is our best bet here. Yeah, we'll go with Ibis. Hmm, 612 pemmican. That is kind of impressive, actually. Time to collect. Ibis has no legs at all. They're just kind of there. There we go. That should do it. And away they go. How much steel? That's a lot of steel too, actually. That'd be useful. Need you to go capture Ibis. No, not there. Silly Perfect Cell, we take them to the violence generator. That way, if they die, we get power out of it. Feed the architect's souls. It hungers. Sure, throwing knife is nice. It is a very functional skill. Being able to yeet a knife at somebody is pretty nasty. Time to use all these components on all sorts of things. Primarily on shipbuilding, though. Alright, the autocrine is helping. Good. Now we're gonna load all of you back in. You see, we got more murder to enact, so we're gonna go do that. More murder, you say? More murder. We're gonna hot drop right into the center. Everybody's in, everybody's in. Hot dropping. It should be able to handle it pretty easy. The autocrine can destroy walls too. Oh, it didn't drop in the center. That's honestly kind of surprising. Everybody in there. Police spokes is out of days. Heh, that's a nice spear you got there, buddy. Yeah, you're fine. There we go. And you guard the path towards our ship. There we go. Oh, energy drinks, of course. Energy drinks are great. uh, they basically, surprise reinforcements. Uh-oh. Need you over there now. Before they break the ship. We need you actually to go here and put out the fires while Perfect Cell deals with the problems. Well, thank you. We'll make sure to bring these back as well. Legion, inner healing, and throwing knife. We already got throwing knife in there, so you don't really need to worry about that. We'll throw this here. That way we have a good landing point. Inner healing is a pretty good ability. It speeds up injury recovery, amongst other things. Oh no, it's all about immunity gain speed, apparently. Alright. That's pretty good, actually. Alright. Gonna set up a stockpile zone right here. I need you, though. Go find all those delicious steel chunks. Now you gotta make sure that you get enough iron in your diet. You gotta get enough metal inside you. How else are you gonna prove your metal? No? There's the steel. They put it on synth dirt, okay. Random flooring. A golden... No, that's a bone mold table, okay. Oh, that's acceptable, I guess. Okay, yeah, they don't really have much going on there. Not much. Alright. Let's load everything up. Come on, we got the iron, that's what matters. Energy drinks, yeah, sure. Steel, throwing knife. We don't have anything we really respect. So that should be it. There we go. Okay. At death's door, increases damage of each brave blade by 20%. That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. Gotta say. Is that all of it? Oh no, they need some chemicals still. Alright, that works. Is everybody in? Everybody's in, so that's what matters. There we go. We'll leave their corpses behind. Take their stuff and go. No? A nice smash and grab. Quick 2-minute adventure. Nothing could go wrong. Sour and fizzy drink finished off with bitterness. A combination of sugar and caffeine means a burst of energy up front with a crash later. Notable aftertaste of radiation. And there's a reason for that, because you do actually include uranium in the cost of an energy drink. They're basically sour Nuka-Colas. Alright, we're gonna need to deconstruct all of this stuff. Okay, so auto cranes will not deconstruct them. They will only build, they won't deconstruct. That's a real shame. Right shame. Ibis is alive. Let's fix that, shall we? I'd say it's about time to execute them. They're guilty. Who's a good warden? Evaluation can go do it. If this doesn't feed the architect violence generator, I don't know what will. Although I guess you could set up some sort of like gas chamber in there around it. So that prisoners are kept right up against it and then you just fill it with helicine gas or something. Something cruel like that. Soul is stored for 2 hours, producing 5,000 watts of electricity. That's pretty solid, honestly. That's an okay method of doing it. How's our Archelope doing? Ah, she's actually producing some exotic particles. That's good. That's good. I'm thinking we're gonna be setting up a mutation room specifically for turning things into Arco things. All we need is like a sample of it, and there we go. We can start turning people into those things. I'm thinking we should probably continue our conquest. Archangel. Trident. Perfect Cell. We're going on an adventure. We have some targets, you see. They're annoying because they keep sending raids. So, we're gonna stop that, yeah. Oh, yeah. This Holy Spokes is supposed to get the crown. Yeah, well. Excellent. Good adventure. Two melee users and a... yeah. Pretty much. Little war crime. There we go. You still need to find some way of setting up a... That's a lot of people. You can draw them out of there. Arrow. Traces of deflection. Definitely gonna need those. Okay, here's my thought process. If we send in Dark Angel over there, I can go up here. You can go down here and pick up those bracers. If you say so, cannot wear a missing body part. You have arms, though. Okay. Weird, but sure. I want you to go with Dark Angel. And the autocrane got crushed. That's annoying. We're gonna have to set up jet plating. Oh yeah, the autocrane interferes with it. Oh, you're missing your organic thing. Ah. That's a little weird. Oh, they're mortaring us. Okay, well. Why are you vomiting so much? Dude, oh, those bastards are using mutagenic mortars. Aren't they? Goop morph changing. Alright, we don't have a choice. Go for it. We need to finish this combat fast. Okay! That was painful. Under suppression. Oh, right. I like this, I'm a mega spider. Are you, though? Do you... Try to pull you back, but... back to cover, at least. We'll recover your corpse and bring you back. You weren't actually... damaged significantly. Ryan's partially useless at this point. Because they're continuously getting changed into something else entirely. Never die for long. Pretty much. These guys have a lot of nasty stuff. Man, I chronically overestimate my abilities, don't I? He's close. This is what the shotgun is for. Break him. Yep. Has become shell-shocked. What the hell does that mean? I know what shell-shock means, but what does it mean game-wise? Archangel is taking a lot of hits. Not giving a single... not giving a single shit about it, honestly. Actually, that charge rifle is a threat. Ryan's gone down. The shell shock has come to an end. They're also bleeding out rapidly. Yeah, no pain. Okay. They killed Dark Angel. God damn it. That is a problem. How are we gonna recover them? What? Stabbed. Eh? Yeah. Ah, well. Stuff happens. Why did... I'm confused. They have a fight? I think they had a fight. God damn it. Alright, well, let's bring the synth back. Okay, I underestimated the pirates. Three strongest dead. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Oh, Tryon's not technically dead. And Q's dead. Okay, well... I can't bring them back, apparently, because they're not... Alright, well that's quite a few killed. Could be worse. I know Polaris adds in a thing called the Void Key, which can bring back characters that were lost. We need to go back? Yeah, but we don't have any way of actually dealing with them. That's the problem. If those three didn't really have a chance, then... What are you geared for? Your combat model. Poppy can die to bullets if it's sprayed, yes. You absolutely can get bodied by that. Sentinel is a 5th generation... What exactly is Sentinel armor? Or a casket. Aerial isn't as good when it comes to sheer defense. But what about Sentinel? Cataphract, regular, Sentinel. The AES2 Bone Man? Okay. As well, protection against high-speed objects and heat resistance. That is basically no defense. Wait a sec. Okay, so the aerial war casket was fine. 28mm. Barrage. 36mm. The Barrage series makes numerous additions to the Cataphract series, with even heavier armor plating and the addition of weapons platform borrowed wholesale from Navy vessels. The objective was to put as much firepower downrange as possible while ignoring incoming enemy fire. Catchphrase being dodge this. I mean, that could work? I don't know how well it would work, though. I mean, war caskets? You're gonna need to send some people if you want me to put them into war caskets. Oh god, that moose is horrible. Send someone? Fair enough. We'll throw the Panyel into a war casket, then we'll throw that one into a war casket. Shock war caskets. Right, that's the orbital launch one. Right. That could work. What's she good at? And what are you good at? Vow of non-violence. Well, that's a problem. God damn it. Who would be strongest for damage? That's a good question, honestly. I don't really know. We can't entomb Sharon here into a war casket. Unless... Hold on, we have a reverter. Oh, what would be strongest for damage? Probably the barrage, honestly, because if I remember correctly, that thing comes with built-in... Well, it basically makes the character into a walking mortar. At that point. Poppy is a kobold. With dementia, cataracts, and a bad back. That was not worth it. That wasn't worth it in the least. Hello, Dr. Pudum. Welcome, welcome. We're plotting revenge. How are you doing? Welcome. Glad to have you. Mouthful is a mechanoid. Not great. Oh yeah, the only one we really have is the SMP. Well, we tried to go raid some pirates. They had better weapons than I was expecting. And they wiped out our murder colonist drop. And we also lost the ship, which is also a massive, well, strike against us. So now we're going to take them out. Question is, what kind of murder colonist do we want? With 3.47 RHA, so if we go shock, does kick it up a bit. Does, however, mean that we need steel, plasteel, uranium. Specialized war casket shell with superior protection with higher weight, fitted with impact mitigators and a large propulsion engine on the back. Recon drops it hard. Hazard's great, but Tyrant, anti-mechanical cluster war casket with 0 defenses. Yeah, that has 0 defenses. Huh. Could go barrage. What does it need for reload? It uses a 140 by 53 millimeter grenade. It has 8 grenades. We're gonna use a barrage shoulder pad. Shock war casket or... yeah. Barrage shoulders, shock war casket, and shock war casket helmet. That will allow us to... yeah. That'll work decently. This will allow us to basically fill it with chem fuel, launch them directly into combat, and let them rip. We'll give them that weird off purple color. It's fine. AC Zeos is working on her. That also won't slow them down too much, which is vastly important. We need chem fuel, though. Because it takes fuel to actually run the thing is the problem. I also need those grenades. What was it? Grenade. We're gonna need grenades to actually run the thing. It uses high explosives, so... take that how you will. The idea is that we're basically just gonna launch a bunch of grenades downrange in order to soften them up, and then send in the murder bot. You are good at melee, so we're going to equip you with some nasty melee weapons. Something lethal. Something big. Something like a broadsword made for a war casket. Trait releaser. Well, thank you. We'll make good use of this. Eat trait releaser. Yeah, we're gonna have to remove that trait from you. Remove a trait. That vow needs to go. Oh, you're also, okay. Well, we're gonna have to make 2 then. Aren't we? We're gonna set you up with the exact same setup as the, Paniel here. Together, you're going to obliterate. The tactic is very simple. We're going to give you a loadout to carry 100 chem fuel on you. Reload your shock war caskets. Once you get in there, go to town. Because what's going to happen is you're going to wind up... Yeah, they blew up your ship. You're going to wind up right in the middle. So you're going to have to go a little ham. You have enough to blast off. Yes, you have enough to blast off. Grenade barrage. Makes numerous additions to the Cataphract series with even heavier armor plating and the addition of weapons, platform stabilizers, quote-unquote, borrowed wholesale from Navy vessels. We have the materials. We don't have the steel. We don't have the well, we do have the components here, actually. Yeah, we're gonna set you guys up at the back, because you guys are probably gonna be at the back quite a bit. You're gonna get entombed too. So we need 200 chem fuel total. Grenades we don't really need, because those shoulder pads are mostly for the sheer armor of it. Along with other things. Yeah. Shock. Barrage. Shock. Any particular colors you want on your war casket here? Specific aesthetic choices? You're the one who's gonna have to wear this for the rest of your life, so, you know. It might be a short time, but still. Going to battle proud, right? Red, black, white. In that order? Something like that? Yeah, we need revenge on those accursed pirates. Looks kind of derpy, not gonna lie. What, the setup of the war casket or the coloration scheme? So like that then. The colors. Red, white, and blue. God bless. Yeah, black helmet. So like this, then. Yes, okay. Well, thank you, Mayonesso. I appreciate it. I have no idea what they're good at. Not murder. They're stoner, okay. We do need the steel still. That is vital. Question is... get the steel fast enough. Seg. What can this new Mayo do? Not now, Microsoft Edge. Thank you. Oh, she's really good at crafting, actually. Excellent. I need that. Is her kobold gone too? No, I don't know what happened to that kobold. Oh, right, he died and became desiccated, so we can bring him back. That's right. I don't know what killed him, though. Yeah, you're resting underneath the dirt. Yeah. My apologies. Uh-oh. What's occurring? Oh, that's occurring. Yeah, exotic particles. They're worth 66 silver apiece. We could just generate it. Retrieval of Shrine 13, Perfect Cell, and War Caskets were made. Yeah. We got a few different things. We got the obvious humans. We got kobolds, we got Ratkin, we got Moyo, we got Mechanants, we got Personas. I'm forgetting something, I don't remember what yet, but I can't really check it right now. Let's see. Yeah, they don't have steel. That's a problem. Can't exactly... Moyo as well. Don't forget about the Moyo. Give me a second to pull up the list. Okay. A kobold. Alright. Oh, there we go. Alright. And good artistic. Psychopath and a vow... Huh? A psychopath and a vow of non-violence. You know, sure. We'll work with that. What was I forgetting? Nothing? So I wasn't forgetting anything. I know, I just think enemies of the colony should just die horribly, you know? Just get murdered in their sleep. Oh, but I'm not gonna do it myself. I'm not gonna do it myself. There we go. Each of these broadswords can be used for crafting up a new one. So that was Mayonesso, who's really good at crafting. Okay, you welding at the War Casket Foundry. It's not violence, it's art. Oh, no. It's so violent. You know, if we had a ship, I would absolutely set up a, well, some grenades, let's call them, some mortar shells, some nasty surprises. But, alright, sure, we can art it up. Why not? Question is if the bodies are going to be usable by the time we get back there. Because it's all fine and good if we recover their bodies, but only so much we can do. Well, okay then. I mean, sure, we'll take that. Why not? combat mechanoid, huh? Right, we need water in there before it's actually usable. Put some water in. And we need a high voltage transformer. God damn it, Mayonesso. How do I get a mechanoid? Well, they're technically called mechanents. But they're basically similar ideas. A basic mechanant, or a human-class mechanoid, often used by Glitterworld societies, or as a menial labor force for advanced herb worlds. They are capable of subsentience and certain emotions. Their creation is highly illegal on most core worlds. Being mechanical in nature, mechanants do not need rest. Just like mechanoids, they can be susceptible to psychic tampering. Yeah. Mechanants. God damn it, stop stealing from the piles. Frickin' hell, okay. And Essa's gone. Okay, that explains why they're... God damn it. Sure. Poppy can craft. God damn it. All that gathering. Low reactor cooling. Extreme break risk. As Revenger Conley has no food. What the hell is happening there? Crypto bleed armor. Yeah, we need more material. At least somebody who's not gonna break immediately. Can we start welding in yet? We have the components, we have this uranium, we have this uranium, yep. 75 plastic, yep. Steel is not quite there yet. Oh god. Well, at least Revenger kindly can't break. He's now while he's stuck in there. Mayonesso. He'll do. I think we don't have enough. Okay. We don't have enough steel. God damn it. Just waiting on the steel to be made. Mining for steel. There we go. That's what I needed. Please give us some steel. We need it so bad. Yeah, everything is very resource intensive. That's annoying. Kind of have to add in something that generates some resources to get to enough mods. You know what I mean? Or you're forced to send out mining ships, basically. It's really an either-or proposition. Either you add in a mod that allows you to generate materials, or you get absolutely no materials because you run out of it in like no time at all. And so is accepted. Okay, they are welding. That's what needs to be done. It matters. Yeah. At least we got some high voltage transformers going. Need them to be built real quickly. We do have some... Okay. We do have some fuel, at least, so there's that. Fuel is going to be vital for actually getting you over there. Really not... Oh, that mayonnaise was doing it. And there you have a lot of bad parts. Alright, well. I'd rather you weren't the one doing it. I'd rather you were. You are. Oh, you're the skeleton. How does a skeleton have a artery blockage? Oh, I'm not going to question it too much. The other crafters, however, are broken, so we can't find them. God damn it. Commodon skin. While you're waiting. Yeah, there should be a war casket. Yeah, you'll do just fine this map. She moves pretty slowly, but honestly, once she's in combat, it doesn't really matter. Her toxic sensitivity is basically null. So, not gonna have to worry too much about, you know, getting them sick or anything. Deal with that. Alright. Wow, that is incredibly slow. You can stop doing that. You can start doing that. You're much faster at it. God damn. Huh. Yeah, their speed leaves something to be desired, but it can work. Given that they can just launch themselves at high speed at enemies, that should function okay. Right with Vladimir here. Yeah, we're gonna want healing power. That way it'll pretty much immediately heal something, at least. And then later on we pick up the heal more than one wound effect. Which will allow us to, you know, handle more than one wound at a time. So there's that. Oh hey, chunks of a spacecraft have landed. That's useful. You can always use that. Contains both good iron and good components. I don't know how the hell they survive re-entry, but they do, apparently. You'd think they'd burn up on re-entry, right? But no, apparently not. Alright. Definitely gonna need an illuminated dresser. Made of steel. No, that's made of... No, steel. There we go. There we go. That should help out a little bit. Nothing too interesting. Prosthetic leg would be nice, though. Because then we can install it into somebody and repair their legs. That should help out a little bit. Mechanoid components could be useful. Advanced components are nice, but we have some. We don't really need anything else. So for now, we just send them off. And the prosthesis, though, is going to be quite handy. Quite helpful. Shatter the mutagen chip. Break it to pieces. Make a naught but scrap. Arrival perfect cell and trident died. Okay then. Alright. Still need to throw together a few things. Need to throw together the broadswords. We need to throw together the goddamn suits. We got a few things we gotta do. There we go. That'll help out at least a little. That. That'll help out quite a bit. Alright. Alright. Poppy's still trudging along, doing her thing. She can actually set that up. I hope. Yeah, we don't have any water going to anything other than the cooling tower right now. Oh yeah, that's painful. We need some actual... We need some way of just sucking up a lot of water real quick. We need an electric pump. What we need. That's close enough. Let's throw this up here. Because right now all we're running on is a steel wind pump, which isn't great. To say the least. A few electric pumps should be enough to pull up enough water to fill up that cooling tower with any sort of speed. Machine gods are hungry for human souls. No kidding. All we can offer them is a hot pocket right now, so they'll just have to wait. Soon, though. Come on, Poppy, you can do it. How much does he need? About to break. Yeah, that's not likely. While he's stuck in there. It's gonna be a bit before we can actually send anybody in. Ah, Holy Spokes isn't a Kyoko. Or interesting. They've collapsed due to extreme exhaustion. I feel like a lot of the pre-ship launch stuff is basically just waiting, isn't it? Pretty much just waiting. Know about the low reactor cooling. Extreme break risk I can only do so much about. Mostly because I think we might have a few too many people around. Sorry, a few too many colonists around. Heavy flamer, huh? Not bad. Do quite a bit. Eight. What a shame. Maybe just, you know, eat. And a lot of. Okay. Well, I need somebody to work on it. Get Sherman SO. What if I did this? Steel. Last steel. Uranium. Components. There we go. You're also going to have to pick up the next tier of research, the fuel reprocessing, which allows us to get access to the plutonium processor. This will allow us to generate our own power. Well, we can already generate our own power, but as in, like, we can generate extra power from plutonium, convert it into MOX rods. Can be incredibly helpful if done right. Thing though, it has to be done right. Oh, there's a lot of people breaking because they ate meat. Look, we don't have a lot of food around. Just the minute we get some. It's a giant. Oh, panda. Is a panda strictly necessary? I don't know, honestly. Arco pandas are pretty strong, though, I gotta admit. Yep, gotta get rid of all these things. Objective safety mech 5 Tango. No. That is a massive problem. They going over there? They might be going over there. Alright, sentries, do your work. Break them. Yeah, they'll do it. Uh-oh. Good luck, bulk goods traders. Yep, here we go. That bulk goods trader is about to die horribly. They are not equipped to handle these things. Wait, they did damage? Oh, great arrow and buckshot. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, they did not have any gear on them, did they? Hmm. Ah, well. They did delay the onslaught. So, I mean, thanks. Oh no, they're going over here. Okay. Here we go. Hello. I'm hoping this draws their attention away. Yep. I'll do it. Now begins the true, test. So many mechanoids being drawn in for slaughter. How'd you get a little closer there, Lancer? His name was Knight. No, it's Lancer. It's taking damage. Quite a bit, actually. There we go. Burn alive. How are you punching people? No, don't punch people, Orska. Cool. There we go. Yep, that'll do it. Yeah, I know. Everybody wants to get in the way of the fire, huh? There we go. I mean, what the hell? God damn it, Daireen. Everybody just wants to run in front of the gunfire, don't they? I really wish the colonists would have better survival sense. Like, hey, this turret is firing a lot. I'm not gonna walk near it for now. It's fine. I'll just leave it to its thing. No. At least a little intellect in these things. least we can scrap these. I don't really care about most of their equipment. I only really care about the bombs and the pemmican. Both of which are surpassingly helpful. Bombs, because, you know, it's anti-mechanant. Pemmican, because, well, it's food. And maybe our people will stop complaining about eating meat if they eat pemmican. I don't know if they're, you know, up on what the hell pemmican's made out of, so... maybe we can pull one over on them. There you go, I need to convert Poppy. Irene is dead. God damn it. Alright, let's... at least we can do this to her. We're doing what we can right now. There's only so much I can do about the unhappiness of so many colonists at once. I am not very good at dealing with all of them. Fruit and dry meat and fat, yeah, I know. I know, but I don't know if the colonists know that, you know? They're kind of stupid. I don't think we know how to actually make pemmican at the moment. No, we do. Okay, they know. Alright. Still. It is wild that you're able to make such a, interesting food item from such basic materials, though, right? Right. Yeah, I can't deal with this many colonists at once. I'm thinking next colony we're gonna strictly limit it to 1 colonist per. Anybody else gets sent off to the gulag. I'm thinking that might be a good idea. Goddamn solar flares. The worst. Really are. Ah, well. What you gonna do, right? They're in a psychotic wander. I don't really want to send off our Peniel here on their own. The fat's what preserves it. Yeah, pretty much. Still. It is a rather random assortment, you know? Berries and meat. Well, dried meat specifically. Berries and dry meat plus fat to help keep it, you know, okay to eat for a while. I imagine it'd be kind of greasy, wouldn't it? I've never actually had pemmican before. I've had bannock, but I haven't had pemmican before. You know what else is wacky and random? I don't know. Do tell. God damn it. Of course you're sending me that. Look, if you just want to end the colony, let me know. SNP-004, need you. Go forth. Shatter its spine. Hell, shatter its everything. Okay. That thing is able to break through power armor, apparently. Yeah, 20mm. That's pretty nasty. How much armor does it have? Oh, its armor is 20mm. Its melee is... 104. Huh. Oh no, 25.85, okay. That is a synthmite shirt? Cloth, okay. It's just a really wacky colored cloth. Wow, that color really is, uncharacteristic and funny. Alright, send Spoke Sprinkle there. I'm not sure why the lab-grown monstrosities aren't attacking immediately, though. That's a bit weird. It doesn't normally sit around and do nothing like that. No? There we go, healed up. That works pretty well. Needs rest of Poppy. God damn it. You've been sending wild ones? I don't know. Arco Life Pod. Well, thank you, Dr. Buddha. We'll make good use of this sucker. I don't know what to make with it, but we'll make good use of it. We could summon an Arco Cat, we could summon an Arco Mutt, Arco Ostrich, Arcophalo, Arco Spider, Arco Tortoise, Panda, Arco Jerboa. There's a few varieties. Anything in particular? Do we want to find out? That's a good question, honestly. I don't know. Could summon an Arco Tortoise. Those things generate plasteel shells. Which are nice to have around. We could use it. And Arco Jerboa. I don't know what an Arco Jerboa does. Sure. Hyperactive rodent is capable of great leaps, often landing on an owner's shoulder to trip in their ear. Makes an excellent pet, and its breeding rate ensures that everybody aboard your ship can have one. In an emergency, they can be used as live ammunition. Its unstable venometrics result in an explosion upon death. Oh. So they're boom rats, but a little nasty. God. Yeah, it's gone haywire. There goes Smileful. Yep. I don't have much to deal with this, especially not with its stupidity. Duel it, SN. Yeah, it needs to be tamed, quote unquote. Smileful has fallen, Holy Spokes is down. I'd say this would be great practice for SN to learn how to melee, but they can't learn. They have a global learning factor of 0. So, it's not happening, in other words. Depending on how much damage this thing does, it might be able to break our War Casket here. Holy Spokes is dead. Go figure. If it's able to hold it at a standstill, that's fine. Another Holy Spokes has fallen. Yeah, there we go. All that had to be done. All that had to be done was that it be held at a standstill, and that was it. There we go. What a world. What a world, what a world. The Arco Jabroa lives again. His front left leg has been bitten off, but it's otherwise fine. The hell was that sound? Wasn't the Mega Spider, I know that much. I guess the Arco Spider. The humanity. Yep. I do have an idea for another colony, though. I'm thinking like a full-on automate everything colony, where we try to survive with as minimal colonists as possible in the harshest environment possible. With industrial stuff. It could be a fun playthrough, it could end horribly, but it could be fun. Let's quickly do this. Yep. ANS has just decided to start insulting people. Cool. That's great. The next colony, I think I'm going to limit it to 1 colonist per person. Everybody else gets sent to the gulag. That's basically the plan. That should hopefully handle problems of having so many people. I don't know how we would limit it is the thing. Okay then. That's lovely. Could start on an ice sheet. That is an option. Is there anything for that? Project. Rim factory. Scenarios. Or projects, project spearhead. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay. Why would you set that thing up? Dear God. Yeah, I'm not sure. Although I have been playing around in the background with Project Rim Factory, and I do enjoy it quite a bit, honestly. It's quite nice. Useful too, for that matter, because what you can do with it is you can set up all sorts of automated rollers and all that in order to move things around. and sort things into storage boxes. It's basically turning it into factorio, but you don't have direct control over the builders. That's basically what it is. If we were to set up any sort of, you know, colony involving that, we'd have to set it up so that resources can... Oh, resources at that point wouldn't even be worth much. Actually, now that I think about it, because you can just generate that stuff pretty easily, honestly. At this point, I'm mostly just waiting. Oh, that's annoying. Waiting for Revenge to finish wandering. I can finally install them into a... Oh, nice. Install them into a war casket. Take some Revenge. And waiting on things to be built. Which is obnoxious, honestly. I mean, we could just dev mode it in, but... Oh god, or set it up to be something stupid. Alright. Shock. Garage. Shock. Black helmet, white. Red. No, go into the... These colonists, I swear. Garage and shock. Red, white, black, set. Is anybody gonna go build this thing? Mayo? Please weld some parts in. That'd be great. Build the damn war casket. We do really need that to be done. Eh. The frustration of Rimworld. It abounds. Barons in a daze because they're impressive. It's fine. What do you freaking need? How you doing, Dark Angel? Welcome. Welcome. We lost some colonists due to underestimating a pirate raid. Macro monstrosities. No. No, holy smokes. We don't need that. Right now I'm trying to set up the ship, as well as entomb some people in the war casket so that we can take some revenge. Did I die out? Yes, you did fall in the siege. Unfortunately. That's why we're building war caskets. Only one word is needed for why. Revenge. That's it. Just murder. Our attempts at getting to space are slow at the moment. We're trying our best, but there's only so much we can do, you know? What we need foremost is components, plasteel, and steel. Gigantic quantities. Oh, simple grills. Alright. Only grills. Be helpful colonists. God damn it. We can send these people to the gulag. I'm not really sure what to do with these colonists, I gotta admit. Send them to the gulag. Wow, all dudes. That is impressive. Yeah, I'm thinking next game we're going to make it so that people can only have one colonist each. But in exchange, we're gonna make it so that we can just like customize them to a person's desires. Send them to the gulags. And they can help chisel out pieces of rock with their bare hands. Away they go. You do still have 1, 2, 3, 4 separate characters hanging around. Trust me, you don't need more. Yeah, okay, so here's my thought process. Next game, we're going to be building a... We're going to be playing a slightly different type of Rimworld. If you say so, Dark Angel. I'm going to be doing a slightly different type of Rimworld. We're going to be installing Project Rim Factory. And we're going to be trying to survive in harsh environments. What do I mean by harsh environments? I mean, wow, everything's ice. That sort of thing. You know what I mean? Or at the very least, something ridiculously cold. We're thinking like, at least I'm thinking like, up here, near the ice sheets, as north as possible. Growing period never. Because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be relying entirely on automation. I'm okay to start this whenever you guys want. Because it's going to be a long time to actually, like, set up a proper ship and everything. But start it now? You guys want to? I can do it now if you want. You guys want me to restart from scratch with a, a few mods tweaked. I can throw in some poor bastard into the frozen north. I got 1 vote for it. What do you think, Holy Spokes? Put this on the back burner and, you know, set up a colony on the ice sheets? Or nah? Sounds cool? Alright. If you're okay with it, we can do this. Although, keep in mind, I am going to be instituting a 1 colonist per person and 1 pet per person type deal. Mostly because, holy hell, we cannot sustain 4 Dark Angels on the Frozen North. I'm not hearing a no. So, alright, we're gonna do it. Give me just a second, we're gonna have to reload everything. Do I have better loading installed? Scenario, better loading. Okay, just gonna load that in real quick. Didn't take long to download it. There we go. Okay, so our mod list. It's gonna shift a bit. I just need to feel so if I have to spawn mine in and it ends up it'll kill it. Now what we'll do is we'll modify things as needed to suit the person. We have dev mode available. Okay, better loading needs to be there. Needs to be way up before even core. Second, we're going to, well, we could remove SOS. Yeah, we're gonna remove SOS. Save. Let's save. Our ship. Which means we're gonna need to install the Archotech thing again. Archotech. Plants. Project. Rim Factory. That's gonna be vital. Could add in these. But we already sort of have a way of getting these things anyway, so we don't really need them. VFEM, no hopper necessary. Stuffed floors is nice, but eh. Blueprints, yes, we're gonna need that. Mechalic core looks interesting, so let's go with it. Jewelry, so we have some extra stuff to build. We're gonna want biomes if we're taking out, save our ship. So, core, oasis. Any other biomes, things that we can pick up? If you got any suggestions for what mods to add or remove, by all means, let me know. Biomes. Islands. I do want to kind of do like a northern island type deal. Zero clue? Fair enough. Oh, okay then. Urban biome. Eh. Iconic jungle is fungi. A world map beautification project. Not bad. Advanced biomes. Actually, advanced biomes could be interesting. Sure, let's grab that. Why not? Take long to download. Biomes continued. Alright. Anything else that we need? Rim knots is fine. Virtue framework is fine. Simple utilities ceiling is great. Perspective buildings, great. Dungeons core. We'll keep it for something for our colonists to do once they're done being made irrelevant. Rim robots that we have... Well, actually, no. We'll remove rim robots. Power restriction unlocker, androids, icons. We don't really need... Well, we could maybe use it. No, we don't really need it. Cybernetic organisms, so that we can make ourselves ungodly powerful. Polymorpher, harvest everything. No aliens. Vanilla expanded, just in general. Rim Connect, naturally, common extended. Yeah, we'll keep that in. Spacer jumpsuits. For the fancy. Xenomorphs. Combat training is nice to have. Real ruins. Anything else? I don't see anything else of particular interest. So I think we're good. At least for now. If we need to... Are we starting a new thing? I got 2 votes for yes. Yes, we are enabling Rim Factory. It is way up. There we are. The idea is that we're going to be doing a... we're going to be trying to do full automation. If we get a chance to turn something into an automated thing, let's fucking go. That's an interesting sound. Things we're going to institute here. A few things. Just a few things to institute. 1 pawn per person. Exactly, Dark Angel. Thank you. 1 pet per person. Because we're going to be starting... We're not starting somewhere like the usual. No. No, we're starting somewhere a little more, frigid. Yeah, let's go with that term. Frigid. See, we're going to be starting, like, as north as we can without actually sitting on an ice sheet, because we do still need somewhere to, like, grow. We're going to be starting up in the freezing north. I'm going to quickly pull up some music so we're not listening to nothing. Right here should do. Yeah, let's do it here. There we go. And to my Three Stooges shit again. Yeah. But hey, at least now you know that I'm going to be focusing entirely on, like, a specific character type thing. Wow, Comet Extended takes a lot. We're gonna need to bunker down and keep each other warm, exactly. That being said, we're gonna need to research these things. We got a lot of research to do. What sort of goal should we have as a colony? Oh, this is gonna be a lot like Frostpunk, isn't it? Try to automate everything, if we can handle it. Not fucking die. That's fair, that's fair. Resources aren't gonna be that big of a deal, honestly. For the most part, it's gonna be pretty easy to handle. Automate human leather apparel. Oh no. Did I add in simple wall? I think I did. I think that was already in there. Constructing defs. Yep, that's just going. I mean, it is possible to automate human leather apparel. What else do we need? So our first steps are going to be pretty simple. 1, heat. We're going to need some sort of warmth, because the environment is not going to help with that. 2nd, we're going to need protection, because... Oh, actually, are we? Yeah, maybe. We could do that. I'm thinking we're probably going to run mostly with flamethrowers if we can. Mostly because, you know, we're freezing anyways. We might as well make a nice warm bonfire. We're also going to require Right, so heat first, then we need somewhere to grow food, because we need food badly. We need a solid power source. Favorable for growing blaze bulbs. Gonna need somewhere to rest where we won't freeze our asses off. Literally. What else do we really need? Walls, obviously. Walls will allow us to defend ourselves. Capybaras. I guess we could use some coconut dogs, yes. Coconut dogs are not bad. We're only going to go with one per, though. Any excess is going to get cold. Because they're also going to need food. And Lord knows we're going to have a rough time finding that stuff. Rim Bees is going to need... It's going to need so much work to make it work. I really got a guy while invading, but I didn't realize the stupid magic weapon art he was using had hyper armor. Oh, you're talking about shield, aren't you? Yeah, paladins are annoying as hell. I haven't found a good way to break it, though. He wasn't using a shield. I think he was using a moon veil. I don't know what a moon veil is, but I was thinking like the Rimworld of magic ability shield, because it's a little broken, just a bit. I don't know what a moon veil. Oh, Elden Ring. Okay, moon veil. I haven't heard of that one. I gotta look this up. What is a moon veil? Oh, a katana. Goes with strength, dexterity, and intelligence. Good weapon for dealing melee, slash, and pierce damage in combat. Oh my god, of course. The accompanying unique skill can also allow the user to draw the weapon at great speed for an instant slash attack and fire as a wave of light. God damn it. Freaking weebs. His friend was a paladin. He was using a great shield, but two-handing my weapon basically shreds boys. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm using the Rivers of Blood weapon, so... That's a nice shield, buddy, but... Wow, you've bled like 3 times in a row. Wow, that's a real shame, ain't it? His busted. I pray they nerf it. I guess. I do have a particular enjoyment of the sheer weebiness that is the goddamn Rivers of Blood. Maybe I should go get Moon Veil. It wouldn't be too hard to reach. Oh my god, it still causes blood loss. What the hell? Weebs. New colony. Here we go. Uh, let's see. Orbit Crash. Lost Tribe. Crash Landed. We can't do Lost Tribe. Or can we do Naked Brutality? Hmm. Restless Raid? No. Mercenaries? Probably not. Cargo Cult. Sealed Vault. Automata. Lost Cobalt. There is a Rim Factory start. It gives you basic conveyor networks, wooden stockpile crates, Devil Strand Pemmican, and resewing. Not bad. It does require us to have a 10-day limit on our 10-day... Actually, that's really nice. I do want to shear it down to only one person, but we could do this. We got 3 people, so that would be Holy Spoke, Stark Angel, Dr. Boonham, and I guess myself. Yeah, that could work. What sort of AI storyteller should we go with? Not obnoxious. Neolithic, oh my god. There's Roddy Milden. Instant Wave, oh no. Alfred Ancient. Rhea Fierce. Diego Dyer. Peter Medieval. Empress Evil does not believe in the concept of good, driven by primal rage and savage instinct. Steam downloading something on your end again? No, the internet's just deciding to die for some reason. God damn it. I can't really stop anything on that front, sorry. It is not, in fact, Steam. Not this time, at least. You're harder and harder tasks until you give up and perish. No good events can happen, ever. Jesus. Casper Cursed. Randy Random. EB Chillax. Cassandra Classic. What do you think? What should we go with? Yeah, it is fun when the internet decides to just die for no reason. I don't know why it does that, honestly. No good attacks. Dear God. Any suggestions? Man, those are some big eyes on that owl. Randy Random, my beloved. Okay. Well, who knows how this is gonna go. Sure, desert. Why not? Randy Random. Praise be his name. Blessed be his resource drops. Generating world. When did Final Fantasy get guns? A while ago. At some point, people decided, you know what? Guns are cool. And they decided to make magic guns. Yeah. Although they're usually like, they're either ridiculously big and technological, or they're muskets. It's not frozen, so there's that. Oh, here we go. Omakashodar Reef. Alright. Tundra Island, like Tundra, but on an island. Negative 41 degrees to 10. Tundra Archipelago. This looks like it's the furthest north we can get on an island. Tropical? What do you mean by tropical? I have no idea what you mean by that. Small Toe Island, Free Raccoon Island. Small hills, limestone, marble, and sandstone. Elevation's at negative 252, but who cares? This is acceptable. Custom fluid. Steampunk, naturally. Progressive, obviously. We are all about automation. Machines, factories, drones, a goal to any successful community should be optimizing these devices and shunning the idea of sentient beings performing tasks normally meant for them. In other words, screw that, I'm not working. Wearing shorts and a tank top with some sandals. This is not the creative steampunk. There we go. There we go. This is basically gonna be, it's basically gonna be Frostpunk, but, on Rimworld. That's probably what's gonna end up happening here. Finland. Welcome to Greenland. There we go. Steampunk. Sure, we'll go with animist as well. Animalist. Mutation, we don't care. Automation efficiency is increased. Neutral. Execution, don't care. Yeah, pants and shirt pants. Who cares if we take some organs? You know, we're in the frozen north, it's acceptable. We have to eat some people. We're gonna want to research fast. Not sure what happened to the GUI, but whatever. Food is food. Who cares if we have to eat some insects? Who cares if we have to eat some fungus? Free. That's fine. Tinkerer. First great automancer. There we go. Automated advents. Anytime. Discover ancient complex. Time. We're not getting random recruits. There's no nearby faction. I don't know what they're talking about. This one can... Recharge mana. Just for the irony of us bringing them back repeatedly, you know? Anything interesting that we can throw in here? I'm thinking flamethrowers. If I remember correctly, there was a... Yeah, Phoenix armor. There we go. And, I guess a book? Actually, no, a grimoire. Yeah. Made out of... not synthamide. Demonide. That works. I really need a venerated animal. Hair and beards, that's fine. Okay, how are we setting this up? I don't have... okay. I forgot to throw in the... got a female. Anything you specifically want, Holy Spokes? No? Alright. We'll have you as that one. I enjoy seeing my guy lose limbs. Alright, we can do that. There we go. Crafting. There's our Dark Angel. Dr. Poonam is the doctor. Any gender preference? I'll saw Holy Spokes limbs back. Cannibal and clumsy, capable of tumble labor. Any gender is fine. Well, 8 medical is fine when you're leveling up quickly. Need an intellect character now. Somebody can... oh, do we need... you're solid at intellectual. You're good at construction and mining. No, we really need somebody who can do plants. Yeah, that works. There we go. That'll work just fine. Have you heard of prepare moderately? It uses the vanilla randomization function, so it's just inherently compatible with everything. I have not heard of prepare moderately. You are female, Dark Angel, and you are our resident crafter, because holy hell, is that absolutely essential in this type of playthrough. We have to have crafting. After 10 days, a raid will happen. Quickly prepare for the raid. Welcome! Triple saxifrage. Windswept birch. Prepare moderately, you say? We quickly look it up. Prepare moderately by Lacuna. Oh, well. It's not bad. Minimum specifications. Ah. Okay, then that's pretty good. Not bad at all. Huh. Good to know about it, thank you. Yeah, that does seem really useful, actually. We have a singular sheep. That's actually really helpful. Early automation and true automation begins. So, welcome to the island. This is our area to work on. Raids are likely gonna have some real trouble actually reaching us. Because, you know, there's only really a few spots that aren't deep ocean water. On the plus side, you don't have to worry... What the hell, rabbits? We don't have to worry all that much when it comes to... It's very brown, yes. We'll be modifying, don't worry. Don't have to worry too much about raids coming in from the sides, like these sides, because they're probably gonna have problems with the sheer cold of being soaking wet. Yes, in the future, yes, I will say yes. I'll let you know when that sort of, when I think we're ready to start accepting farm animals. But that is definitely not now. A shearer will help. We need a pen. We need a meat grinder. Wood-fire generator. 4K bat. Wow, this actually starts with a lot of stuff. Okay. Okay. Not bad. We're gonna need to set up some sort of, stockpile, though. Fueling dispenser. Our best spot to plop down our field is probably right in the center right now. We don't have any way of auto-cultivating things. Forgot the 8-pack. The 8-pack? I'm not sure what you mean by that. This is just a joke on, like, we forgot the booze. You don't need this. Just destroy that right now. Oh, thank you, Holy Spokes. I'm sure the beers will come in very handy. Holy Spokes has got us covered. We're definitely gonna have to build as a compound, though. Because there's no way in hell we're gonna be able to power everything. So we need a couple wooden crates. Right now, it's mostly a matter of putting everything in its place. Know what I mean? I don't see an industrial stonemason, but okay. Shearer. Got a lot to build. A hell of a lot to build. We're gonna have to prepare. For absolutely our doctor. Let's see what we have. Acceptable miner. I'd rather have the one who's not growing stuff mined for us. You're our crafter. You're our researcher and our medic. Able to handle too, so there's that. We're an entertain. And I guess you can cook for now. At least we don't have to worry that much about freezing things. We can easily do that with just like a vent leading outside. Okay, we're gonna need structure. A decent amount of structure, too. The start of every single base. Just planning things out. We're gonna want a wall around our various plant growth. Thank you for the steel crate, Dark Angel. Those things are pretty handy to have. Mind toggling ammo. Like, turn it on? Because we can do that. Well, hello, Kathleen. Glad to have you. Welcome, welcome. We are doing a industrial run. It's less buggy? Alright, we'll toggle on combat. Extended. Enable the ammo system. Number of ammo variants available. Oh, well, that's not great. Just to cook off. Generic ammo system. Yeah, we'll deal with it. We're doing a bit of a funky type of deal, in which we're trying to automate everything, because it's too goddamn cold outside. Nobody wants to go out, you know. So we're going to be trying to make sure that everybody is able to eat, everybody is able to sleep in a warm bed, without, you know, completely destroying our infrastructure in the process. Welcome to the run. We're definitely going to need to set up a stockpile. 23 is excessive, but we can bring it down some. I do this, clear that off. What happens if I do? Okay, that's enough. 17 by 17 is fine. And this will act as our starting stockpile slash bedrooms. Hence why we're building it first. Got this here. There we go. Furniture, we're going to need double beds. Throw up some end tables so that we can actually have some comfort. And some beds. It is, at least for now, warm enough that we can survive without much issue. Does this work? We'll attempt to fuel the output yellow cell with objects from the white cell. Okay. Like that. Well, thank you for the ancient heaters. These will, in fact, help out a lot. Negative 9999999. Okay, then. Alright, let's start storing stuff. These are going to store nothing but wood. Absolutely nothing. We are also instituting a bit of a new rule, that being only one colonist per person. That way, you know, you get more invested in them, and I don't get absolutely eaten out of home, house and home, you know? We can only do so much. Oh, God damn it. Whiskeys. Well, thank you. I'm sure our colonists will greatly appreciate it. Something to warm the body, you know? What we're going to be trying to do... Yeah, we need a pen. Somewhere to hold them for now. A picket fence would technically work. Sure, a picket fence. A wooden fence gate to let them in and out. Yeah, this should do it. Once all that food and, you know, warm clothing is good to go. I guess those would work, yes. Those are gonna warm some things up. Galena is pregnant. Oh, the sheep. Okay. Definitely gonna have to set that up. We're gonna have to run power as well. For now, it's warm, but it's not gonna stay warm for long. That's the thing. We're gonna have to be very cautious about that. Does this count as a wall? It's light, or height 0.88. So it's probably not technically a wall. That's unfortunate. if I shrunk these zones down just a little, I could do this. And set up a conveyor belt right behind it. That'll output directly into the crate. Yeah, that'll work. Basically, all this does is makes it so that the colonists don't need to move all the food into the storage facility. Only the facility needs to do that. So people can just pull it out of the ground, and there you go. Oh, he's a... Oh, okay then. I'm a mage, apparently. Apparently, I'm a mage. Didn't even notice. Enchanted body is absolutely necessary right now. That lynx is making me a little nervous. The rim crabs are also something. Got, our beaches aren't exactly the prettiest, but functional. You know, they lead to water. How are you gonna defend this place? When the raiders come, who will defend us? We don't have any weapons, per se. Let's set up an electric smithy. Oh, I'm also gonna need to chop down some trees, aren't I? Yeah. Yep. A musket. Well, thank you. Who's our best shot? Because we're gonna have to make every shot count. Holy Spokes is our best shot. Not by much, but yeah, they are. Don't have any musket ammo. Okay, what do we need for musket ammo? We need a loading table, aren't we? Can't make a loading table, never mind. A bunch of spike traps. Thank you. Those will definitely help. We can lead them over the field of spikes that might cause enough damage to cause them to heal over. Know what I mean? Somebody sent horse head masks, and you know what? We can't be picky about insulation right now. We just can't. Windswept birches, huh? A birch that has been stunted and deformed due to growing in a cold, harsh climate. A capybara. Well, okay. Coconut doggy. I know, we need a pen. That won't last forever. We're definitely gonna need this set up sooner rather than later. That shearer is gonna be handy, but stocked with food to lure the animals in. Processing drops the produce where the shielded creature is standing. Oh, there's a loading bench. Okay. Yeah, I know. We could use some wood in order to help fuel our expansion a little faster. Given our current lumberjack is busy making our fields. Won't last forever. Do you have any sun lamps? Yeah, we can set up a ceiling sun lamp. Or 2. 3. And we're gonna have to, because there's no way we're gonna be able to produce all this food otherwise. Overclock, okay then. That's a hefty cost. Base 160 plus work speed 0 plus range 0 equals 160. Okay. Okay. This needs to output to stockpile. Mm-hmm. We're gonna need to make this. $4K battery isn't amazing, but it functions. Well, thank you for the sunlight. These things are expensive power-wise, but supremely useful. They basically let you grow plants indoors. Ooh. And that's going to be necessary because the outdoors is going to get so freaking cold that we're not going to be able to, excuse me, to grow anything, really. A meat grinder would also be useful, so we can build that. Figure they would help keep plants alive? Yep. That is exactly what they do. At least the fridge is going to be easy to make. 2, 3. Setting this up, because we're going to need somewhere to eat and cook food. That's going to be our eating upright obelisk. Thanks? I think? It's a really spooky limestone bright obelisk. Yeah, we may need to be culty as hell. Oh, that's a really nice feature. If I zoom in, I can see exactly what the charge is on a battery. Ancient refrigerators. Unfortunately, those don't function. But they can still be deconstructed. You know, that is something. I don't know if we'll get anything out of them, but we might. Okay, we got beds for everybody. This place is starting to warm up a little bit. No longer quite as brisk. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it happens. Don't worry about it. This is going to be our temporary pen. F. Brown algae. Fern tree. Bush. Dandelions. Grass. Kelp. Moss. Milkweed. Pine tree. Purple saxifrage. Seagrass. Seaweed. Windswept turtles. Yeah, that'll work. And that'll keep that. It's okay. It works for what it needs to do. It's okay. Here's my one pet. A capybara? Fair enough. Oh man. We're gonna need so much insulation for this. A husky. Yeah, fair enough. A bupper. 1 bupper acquired. The coconut doggo is just hanging out. Cool. I'm not sure these things can survive in the sheer cold. Page of 20, no. No, they can't. Noted. We're gonna need to give them a room as well. No, they cannot survive the cold, actually. They will literally freeze to death if we don't do something about that. Major break risk. Buffed by dark energy. Need the bathroom. In the cold. At least it's not cold anymore. Some animal spots specifically to help with that. We're gonna need a table. Take it in here. At least we don't have a shortage of wood at the moment. What's up a dumping stockpile over here? Alright, so machines. We have an industrial automatic mason. That's going to be stupidly handy. I need anything else to help. I think we got most of it, honestly, at the moment. Ancient danger, that's expected. Yeah, that thing. Ancient mail. Thanks? That's for who again? For holy spokes. Bulk, huh? Chain mail forged with an ancient design that provides above average physical defense. The design of the armor includes a symmetrical etching of arcane runes that bestow the wearer with enhanced power. Crafted, these runes will attract an ancient spirit to embody the mail and grants the wearer a chance to cause additional arcane damage following any attack. However, it comes with a price. All abilities require more energy to use, and the bearer is beset with nightmares that slowly break down mental resistances. Huh. Okay, then. Do you want to wear this, Holy Spokes? Probably smith some weapons. Shitty old chainmail vest. Ah, we can make a musket ball. Or is 88 steel? Ammo crates are nice. I'm not going to say no to ammo crates. With holes. No. No, it's glorious instead. Okay, so we're going to need a meat grinder. That'll allow us to automate that. I think we had an automated cooker, too. Right? I'm not wrong about that, right? Yeah, there it is. There we go. Okay, there we go. My keyboard is having issues. Shift something real quick. The wire isn't quite as set. I'll do for now. Apparently I got blackout drunk. Okay. And the husky is also drinking alcohol. Goddamn drunk huskies. Gonna need a room for these so they have somewhere to go. Animal flap. We have nothing we can build that with. Magic heater. No, he's just drunk. Just a little drunk. Some animal sleeping spots in here. Just some fabric, mostly. Grab this real quick. There we go. There we go. I appreciate the magic heater. Alright, so we got a table, we got some chairs. I don't have a food source yet. Who's our miner? Holy spokes is our miner. I need to dig out a hole in this rock. Still blackout drunk. Definitely gonna need some more food. And a proper well inside of here. Thanks. I'll take some animal feeders. Thank you. Resources are always appreciated. Wooden, sandstone. Yeah, wooden works just fine. Probably gonna shear these things off eventually and then use said wool to make an animal flap them. Something to keep them nice and warm. Despite the absolute frigid cold. Here we go. Can they actually survive? Yeah, they can survive. Alright. They have bows. Well, we have a musket. We don't have any ammo for it. Thank you for the lavish meals. Why don't you come over here, buddy? Ow. Run away, horse! Run away, horses! Flee! How's Boodum doing? Yeah, he got stabbed a bit. Maul them, horses! Maul them! Murder them! With your bare fists! Oh no, our table! Our precious table! Maul the fools! Oh no, the doggo! I don't know if this is gonna work. I can only hope that the fire spreads to them. Yeah, it's gonna reach -22. Ammo packs. Sadly, that doesn't quite work. He's just running off. Okay. That would be musket ammo specifically. Looking at musket balls. That's the only thing we have. An Omega Dodo. What? The last dodo you'll ever want or need, having been brought back from extinction by Rimworld scientists, the species of dodo has been genetically engineered to be far larger than the rest of its kind for purposes of giving meat. It doesn't? Ah, damn it. Alright. That is a problem. Yep, ammo does not show up. That is really weird. Fine. Or more. Okay then. That Omega Dodo is going to be a problem too. So we'll send you off to these guys. Here comes the Omega Dodo. You may die. Or we will die as men. Is Bumper gonna be okay? I'm not sure. I'm a little more concerned about our colonists, to be quite honest. Death seems mildly imminent. Holy Spokes is down. Archangel's down. Axel's just flat out dead. God damn, missing a head caused him to die. A knife. Thank you, Cathlily. Although, I don't think it'll save us at the moment. They really didn't give us enough time. 10 days is nowhere near enough. Curse you, Randy. Everything burns. Ape is on fire. Dodo's dead. Orange is still alive. Stealing our oh, god damn it. Yeah, a little, but the thought is appreciated. They're stealing our junk? God damn it. Get back here, you varmints. Who the hell is Mason? Does everybody agree on that? I don't want to pull up dev mode without good reason, you know? Are we good with that? Are we good with that? Yay, nay? We good? Alright, I'm gonna start pulling up dev mode then. Here we go. We don't need the... In exchange, we'll delete Richards here. Store. It's pretty easy to bring people back up as long as you have the power to use restore part torso. I'll fix them. And Richards here has been sent to the Shadow Realm. There we go. In exchange. We are still losing our things for the most part. We gave him a walloping, but that's about all we can do. They stole our automated fueling arm. They stole our grow zone puller. Damn it. Titan knife is a nice item, though, I gotta admit. Who's our best melee user? Probably Dark Angel right now. So you're gonna be the one who uses the Titan knife here. Oh, we're gonna need to rebuild our table. Alright, but is also not wanting to, like, restart the whole thing again just because a bunch of raiders got the drop on us, right? Nothing wrong with dev mode. The fine meals are greatly appreciated. We'll make good use of these. Table lives again. all these things, that way we can have enough space. We didn't take our industrial mason. My first person to wake up is... Okay, I'm setting that up. There we go. That thing is a very simple machine. It accepts materials, specifically stone chunks, and cuts them up, chops them up into a neat little brick. It is really simple. That's all it does. Stone chunks. Right, chunk. There we go. It can handle all types. Just can't handle steel slag. Its bill. Any stone blocks. Do forever. We're gonna need a single conveyor belt just to make sure that we can absolutely fill this chest with blocks. These are the absolute basics of, you know, making this work. Chunk. Remove stone chunks from there. There we go. As I said, it just sucks them in and spits out the finished product. It's very handy. Creature, do forever. We're gonna set up a dumping stockpile like this. Red, all rotten, no. We're gonna take corpses in, animal corpses, and grind them up into a delicious meat slurry. It's basically a fully automated slap chop, honestly. We're gonna need more power though, because we're gonna have to move these eventually, and we can't just relocate them. And remove the fresh from this so that we only hold rot there. That way, this Omega Dodo gets ripped up like it's nothing. And the Husky's dead. Okay. Well... yeah, I guess you got another slot there, Archangel. It's unfortunate that they're a meal now, but they'll provide us sustenance. Borker is dead. No. The Husky is very much dead. My apologies. The Fallen. The Fallen. Oh no. We need a power supply. One that's gonna be relatively easy. To send more than one meal. No worries. We have acquired some food. Our 4K battery is doing really nicely, though. And there is my replacement pet, yeah. Pretty much. Okay, that's a lot of packaged survival meals. Thank you very much, Kathleen. It is incredibly appreciated. We do have fishing installed, yes. And a tame husky, of course. Always appreciated. By the way, I don't think I asked, how are you doing lately? Good, I hope? Send some more. It is always appreciated. Gonna take a while for them to get across the water. Good? Excellent. Glad to hear it. We have a drone cultivator. Ah, that's interesting. Be useful. Not quite there. Hit off to the side. Still playing Rimworld and all that? Actually, why not? Do you mind if I shout you out? Alright. Shout out. Etho Lily. Hey, no worries at all. Last seen playing Rimworld. Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. What the hell happened to Rinny? I mean, they're only torso at this point. Social 10, social 3, 0. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Let's talk with Kibbs then. A shiv. Yeah, that'll help protect us. It's better than nothing. Mechanites, Eftim. Got Twitch toolkit set up also, so last stream was a bit chaotic. Oh, it's only gonna get more chaotic. Don't worry about that. A rum suit would be incredibly helpful. I'm so angry that our head exploded. I will take a rum suit. Some components are nice. We could speed up our cheap production, but that seems a little excessive. Fine for now. Don't need pumpkin spice. Don't need merithium. Or villanite. I think this will have to do for now. For now. Does he have a better hypothesis? I mean... Fair enough. I can't argue with that, honestly. Maybe she was born headless? Maybe somebody got her really heated and she just lost her head and went ham on them. I don't know. That's also a possibility. Who's our best shot right now? Alright, it's only Holy Spokes. Right. God damn it. Okay. We need to move all these chunks into their designated location. Maybe she left it at home. Hey, maybe. Can't say she didn't. Don't know that yet. We're gonna need to chop up more wood. A lot of it, too. They're a... Okay. So, you go talk with Siri. Rackins, ex-mecha arm savior. A powerful artificial limb. Highly increases work speed. It's equipped with knives, medical devices, and a set of scientists. I get the feeling that's a mistranslation. We can buy Rackins. We're not buying any Rackins right now, thank you. We can't really afford to take that. I need some flooring to make sure that this place is, you know, nice and neat and tidy. Diamonds. Diamond tiles for overbearing extravagance. They're exceptionally expensive and exceptionally beautiful, and people will think you're exceptionally snobbish if you actually live on them. Ruby tiles. Sapphire tiles. Oh, they're pretty at least. Alright. Still need to build these. What the hell is that? A lesser wyvern. Okay! Extremely venomous, resistant to damage, almost indifferent to extreme pain. Luckily, they're very rare. They cannot spit poison, though. Good to know, I guess. What kind of bricks do we have in large supply? Sandstone and marble. Well, we can make use of the marble in placing these wooden structures. So there is that. Anything else we really... I have no idea what's behind those coral doors. But they exist. There are also things called atolls that you can find, which are wild. Good luck building on them. The main problem with atolls is that, well, you basically only have a donut to work with. Everything else is water. So you gotta, you know, build around that, or build over it. I mean, good luck with that. Oh, we actually have some fabric now. We have bird skin. You know, that'll have to do. That'll have to do. Yeah, let's get you constructing. I wish, because then I could stop it. But no, it's just the internet being bad. I really dislike the internet right now. For whatever reason, it likes to just trash itself on me. I don't know why. I don't know if it's somebody else downloading something. I don't think it is. Oh, wow, they gave us Mouser cartridge. And a lot of cartridge. It's used in the Frontier pistol. It's an uncommon pistol cartridge used by SPU handguns. Mauser, huh? That's used by the broomstick, isn't it? Ambush Countess? Eh, who cares? Lock down all. Deactivate all. Own sleep times, huh? Hour is it? 8 hour. Okay, so it should be active. Alright. We can lock them down. I don't know why, though. I guess in case the drones would be under threat. Maybe there's a raider charging them. Like a prick. You need to lock them down for their own safety. God, I need to access that one little survival meal that's hidden back there. Yeah, we're gonna need warm clothes, that's for sure. Tailor bench may be able to handle that. I don't have a lot of spare. First generation agricultural drone specifically tasked to tend to plants, so will not haul the final product. Expected. Not sure what to do with all this mouse or ammo. Isn't that like... Broom handle. Broomstick, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. The Mouser C96, there we go. The broom handle Mouser. Or Mouser, I don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's German. Run Wild Act. God damn it. You don't really have anywhere to... Requires level 12 in animals. Huh. Well, that is a problem. Already people are breaking. I'm tired. Okay. Actually, I know where we can store them. Not quite. We need to set up a prisoner place. And you can arrest. 41%. 50% is better than nothing. Okay. Haul them. On the ground, buddy. There we go. God damn it. Well, that is a great start. But unfortunately, better than any of the prisons I've made. Hey, Axel joins. Wow. There we go. I'm back in. Our medic is Dr. Budum. Here you go, tend to me. So I can be healed. There we go. Unfortunately, I do have to go. I have to go prepare for D&D. I have to go get something to eat. I have to do all that sort of stuff. I need to do human things. If you got any suggestions for who to raid? For me. Fair enough. We'll see what lands. But otherwise, if you got any suggestions for who to raid, I am all ears. Ah, Dark Angel. Fair enough. Can I suggest? Of course, Revenge of Kindly. You are welcome to suggest. For those of you on YouTube, thank you for watching. I hope you join us sometime on the stream, because I always appreciate when people stop by. Goodbye, YouTube.